sorry. Hey, good afternoon. It is 4:06 p.m. I'd like to workshop meeting of the Inglewood Unified School District to order. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N2520, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph N. Brown Act. Furthermore, in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N2520 in response to the ongoing COVID-19 outbreak, the district will conduct this meeting as a video and teleconference. We're now going to call the roll. Ms. Montenegro.
And Dr. D'Artagnan Souza.
Present.
Dr. Dion Young-Fong.
Present.
Dr. Carlos McGee.
Present.
Alice Grigsby.
We can hardly hear you, Isabel.
Present.
You're breaking up.
Oh, okay. Margaret Turner Evans.
Present.
Dr. Erica Torres.
Present.
Can you
Dr.
hear me?
Yes. Dr. Bernadette Lucas.
Present.
Pedia Kajabi.
Present.
Christine Dakanai.
Present.
And Mr. Norberto Perez.
Present.
Thank you. Please be informed that Spanish language interpretation is available during this meeting. Ofrecemos interpretación al español durante la junta. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Montenegro. We're now moving on to item 3. We're going to recess to closed session at 4:08 p.m. Okay. Okay, good evening, board members. I just want to make sure that we're all on. So Dr. Scores, I see you. Dr. Falk? Can you lower that little bar?
I'm here, Dr. Torres.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. McGee? Miss Grigsby? Oh, I see you, Miss Grigsby. Miss Evans? I see you, Miss Evans.
Now, I'm not certain if it's just my signal, but I see a lot of frozen. Margaret and Alice, are you there? Can you hear? Okay, I see you. Okay. And I think Dr. McGee, I believe you're on mute. Are you able to unmute? Can we make sure she's able to unmute? I know sometimes we do the mute all, so that might interfere with her ability to unmute herself.
In the back.
There we go. Dr. McGee.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready?
You ready to go?
Okay, yeah, we're ready. Okay, we're gonna go live stream, board members and cabinet. Hi, Terry. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, thank you everyone for waiting so patiently. We will now reconvene to open session at 5:37 p.m. We're moving on to item 5, the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Mr. Norberto Perez if he could please lead us.
Please stand for the flag salute. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to item number 6. Ms. Montenegro, please call the roll.
Okay, Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza,
Present.
Dr. Dion Young-Fo,
Present.
Dr. Carlos McGee,
Present.
Alice Grigsby,
Present.
Margaret Turner Evans,
Present.
Dr. Erica Torres,
Present.
Dr. Bernadette Lucas,
Present.
Hedia Kajabi,
Present.
Christine Dakanai, Norberto Perez.
Present.
Thank you. And Christine, are you on? I know you were in another room.
Present.
Present.
Thank you. And please be informed that Spanish language interpretation is available during this meeting. Ofrecemos interpretación al español durante la junta. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Montenegro. We're moving on to item number 7. I hereby adopt the agenda with no modifications. We're moving on to public comments. Public comments on agendized and non-agendized items. Members of the public who submitted a request for public comment form to be addressed by the county administrator and board will be read aloud during this meeting. The form is available 72 hours before the scheduled board meeting and is closed 2 hours before the start of the meeting. Requests were also accepted by mail to the county administrator at 401 South Inglewood Avenue, Inglewood, California 90301. The guidelines for public comment will be in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323. Ms. Montenegro, do we have any public comments on agenda items?
We do not, Dr. Torres.
Thank you. What about non-agenda items?
We do not have any comments tonight.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to item number 10. There are no actions to report out of closed session. We're moving on to consent calendar action items. Board members, do you have any questions or comments regarding item 11A, Measure GG and facilities? It's actually 11A1 through 11A2.
None for me.
I have none.
No questions.
Go ahead, Dr. Scorza.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have no questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. Board members, any questions or comments?
No questions.
Thank you. Items 11A1 through 11A2 are each approved. We're now moving on to item 11B, County Administrator. Does our board have any questions or comments regarding item 11B1?
I have none.
No
Thank you.
questions.
No questions. Okay, thank you. Hearing none, item 11B1 is approved. And so now we're going to move on to item 12 of the agenda, reports and presentations. This is item 12A, board self-evaluation, and I am really honored to introduce Ms. Terry Vigil. She is with the California School Boards Association. She's going to talk to us about board self-evaluation, and she's going to get us started in a few moments, but I wanted to first give you a little bit of information regarding Ms. Vigil. Ms. Vigil has been a board member in the Fall River Joint Unified School District for 21 years. She has also served as board president for the last 10 years. She has also served as a delegate, and she's also participated on the legislative committee and presented at the AEC on various subjects such as lobbying, equity, and board president's workshop. She's attended the Federal Relations Network for CSBA for many years to lobby on behalf of our California students in Washington, D.C. She has led professional learning networks for CSBA. Also, she has participated and worked collaboratively with the CCEE on a grant. This was a 2-year project where she worked with 20 school districts of varying sizes. And I just want to also acknowledge that Ms. Vigil has served on the MIG faculty where she teaches the student learning and achievement module. So Ms. Vigil, it is an honor to have you join us this evening. We want to thank you and acknowledge you for participating with us. And I'm going to ask Dr. Scorza if he would like to make some remarks before we get started.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Dr. Torres. Terry, it's such a pleasure to have you join us. We're deeply encouraged by the prospect that you're going to be working with us in the district to help us advance our outcomes for our board members and for our community. Those of you who are joining us, thank you so much for tuning in tonight and being here. We are a board that's committed to efficacy and ensuring that we do our best to uphold our responsibilities to this district and to the children of our community. So tonight we're going to take some time to evaluate our board and evaluate the ways in which we have been able to work together and identify strategies to improve our working together and the way in which we can support our district. It's important to note that Inglewood Unified is and as board members of Inglewood Unified, we are proud to see this district move forward, and we're excited about the progress we're going to make. And so this is very much in line with our board work plan and with the recommendations that have come from FCMAT, as well as the best practices that many boards throughout the state and the country engage in. And so as we work to move towards local control, I want to thank our board members for your hard work and your support in completing your self-evaluations, so that we can demonstrate the ability to govern as well as our ability to work together and cohesively to move the district forward. So with that being said, let me go ahead and turn it over to Terry.
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to work with you all. And I really enjoyed all my phone conversations with you before the workshop. As Dr. Scorza said, you seem to be a very hardworking board that works for the best of the children of Inglewood, and I'm really proud to work with you tonight. I'd like to get us started by just each board member introducing themselves and saying how long you've been on the board. Could we start with that, please? Dr. Scorza, would you like to get us started?
Sure, absolutely. So, good evening. I am D'Artagnan Scorza, a proud Morningside High alum, class of '98. Also a proud Bruin who focuses on education and equity. I have served now for 5 years and look forward to continuing to serve in the near future.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Scorza. Ms. Grigsby, would you like to go next, please?
Well, I am Alice Grigsby, and I'm serving for 1 year on a fulfilling an uncompleted term of a previous board member. So I have a 1-year term, but previously I did serve for 12 years as a member of this board and also served as a delegate to the Delegate Assembly, so for CSBA.
Thank you. Go Warriors. You're a proud warrior. You worked at El Camino College for a long time, didn't you?
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, would you like to go next, please?
Yes, I'm Margaret Evans, retired school administrator, have been on this board for 5 years. And I guess I'm planning to re-up for whatever, but nothing like you, Terry, not 21 years. I am here now. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Falk, would you like to go next, please?
Hi, Ms. Midget, how are you? I really enjoyed our conversation. I thought that it was very helpful and informational. And like I shared with you over the phone, I am the freshman on the board. I've been on the board for about 3 years now. And I've learned a lot. And I definitely want to continue this relationship I shared with you, that I think that this is very important. I love that you reached out to us in this survey information. So I do think that this is going to be a great relationship and something that we can continue to work together on to continue to grow this board and move it in the right direction. So thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am. I'm proud to be here. I think the most important step you took is really to reflect on your work, and it makes you a stronger governance team. So you're doing a big, you're really adding value to your governance team by doing this board self-evaluation. So thank you for having me. Dr. McGee, would you like to go next? Uh-oh. Dr. McGee, are you there?
You're on mute, Dr. McGee.
I'm here. I've been on the board 8 years.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope does everyone have a hard copy of their board self-evaluation in front of them so we can refer to that while we're going through it?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So usually this workshop takes about 4 hours. So we're going to try to get through all this material in 2, which is going to be a challenge. But we're going to really dive deep into some of the work that you've done together. And I really look forward to that. So if you could refer to the board self-evaluation, we're going to start in the first section, which is board unity. Okay, so number 1, I'd like to discuss that a little bit under board unity. The board is focused on achievement for all students. So we had 4 that said almost always, and we had 1 that said less often. I'd like to have a little discussion on the board being focused on achievement for all students. When I did your pre-workshop phone call, it really seemed like you were focused on student achievement a lot. In fact, every board member really talked a lot about that's your driving unity of the board is focused on your student achievement. Would anyone like to elaborate on that a little bit? Dr. Scorza, would you like to
Yeah,
speak
thank
a
you.
little bit about-
I'm just gonna share with you all. I'm trying to move to a place where I have a better
Okay.
signal. So please forgive me if my video goes in and out here. My signal
Okay.
is struggling. But in
Hey,
any
no
case,
problem.
yeah, I think I was probably one of those folk who put the board really focuses on student achievement, and that we are deeply invested in student achievement. And you know, I know that there are a number of priorities that we have that come up from time to time related to finances or facilities that all for me tie back into student achievement. And so as it relates to board unity, I think that the board and I think that the district has done a really good job. I believe Dr. Lucas has really ensured that about every other board meeting we have some sort of update on the academic program. I believe there is a theory of action, it's called, that we utilize to help support professional development for our teachers. So I would think I think that the district has really improved its work, and even more recently has assigned and dedicated staff to some of our school turnaround efforts. So for me, this is an important area of growth and improvement, and I want to lift up the hard work of our staff and our board in coming together to do this.
Thank you, Dr. Scorza. Is there any other reflections from other board members on student achievement?
I will just say this, Ms. Vigil, is that with Dr. Lucas coming on board, she has really turned around our student instruction regarding us being laser focused on what we're doing and how we're doing it to make sure that we are moving in the right direction to improve our students' programs, our learning processes, and as well as our student scores. So, I mean, I could just tell you that we weren't there, even 2 years ago. And so it makes all the difference in the world when you have someone on your team that is more than qualified to move forward in that direction and try to set goals and meet them. So that would be the main thing that I can say. We've seen a lot of great changes happen more recently with the incoming new chief of instruction, Dr. Lucas. So I think that just that alone has really been a great move for us, and I'm so glad that we were able to bring her on board.
That's amazing. It sounds like great work's going on in the district. I think the key word in number one is the board is focused on achievement for all students. And one of the underlying themes from talking to you all that I got was equity, right? That was a big part of each one of your conversations with me. And I think that that's really important in your district. And I think it's a kind of a unity of your board is you're focused on unity, which is, you're focused on equity, which is achievement for all students. Ms. McPhee, do you have any reflections on that?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Evans?
My issue with equity is that our students are listed at the bottom of all test scores, and that's why we were having schools come to us and give us their reports at every board meeting, and I never heard good reports that I was expecting, that I would like to hear, but we didn't get those good reports. So the equity comes when we're spending all this money, sending teachers to workshops and having all these coaches and all these people are coming to help teachers, and I'm results all the effort that we're putting in.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Dr. McGee, do you have a reflection on number one, which is what is focused on achievement for all students?
Well, I'm just going to answer the question. And the question was, is that what I felt the board was focused on? And my answer is yes. And I think I put 4 stars down there because I
Yes.
think that we all have a vested interest in all students achieving. So we can get into who's not achieving on another question. But to answer that question, I think that this board is very much interested in the achievement of all students.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McGee, for that reflection. I agree. From my phone calls with you and my conversations, it seems like you are laser focused on student achievement and having every student reach their potential in your district. So that was a very good area. Now, I'd like the board to look at the section for board unity. And is there any of those numbers that really stand out at you that you'd like to discuss, 1 through 6? I'll give you a second just to reflect on that and maybe decide which one you'd like to talk about.
None of them. I gave them all 4.
Okay. All right. Well, one that kind of stands out to me is number 6. And that is individual board members do not undermine board decisions. So you had 4 that said often and 1 that said rarely. And so I think the most strategic thing about being a board member is that you definitely have your individual views, but when a decision is made and a vote is taken, that you all stick together with that decision, right? Is there any reflection on that? Was there one person rated it kind of low, and I just wanted to make sure that we had a conversation about that issue.
Well, I have a statement to make about that.
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Yes, this is Alice Grigsby speaking. My discomfort was because the question infers that the board really has the decision-making power. And that was my discomfort.
Okay.
When in reality, the board does not have that decision-making power. We can make comments, we can make suggestions, but when it ends up to the bottom line, the board does currently, in the current configuration, does not have that power. So this made it, for me, difficult to answer some of these questions with 4s all the way down because of the point we are now.
Right, and you are in a different situation than most school districts. I think you're definitely on the road to recovery, and that's you're pointing toward that direction. But there are some questions that don't apply to you because, like you said, Ms. Grigsby, you have the authority to give your opinion, but it's not a vote. Add anything to that issue? Is she available? Is she on the line?
Dr. Torres?
Maybe she's not on the.
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. Can they hear me? Can you hear me, Ms. Vigil?
Oh, yes. Now I can hear you. I would just like, Dr. Torres, for you to give your reflection on, the place where Inglewood's at right now. You're on the road to recovery, right? But right now, the board is not able to make the decisions, but they're able to give their opinion and influence, and you're working with them to build capacity in this board to, in the future, when they have their full voting rights, to come back and be able to make decisions. Can you reflect on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think that we have come a long way as a team. I realize that it has been challenging for an elected board member to, not have those types of decision-making powers. However, my style has been extremely collaborative where, I provide our board members with weekly updates. I text them information and try to keep them as updated as possible, including them in closed session, and asking for their feedback because, in my opinion, I don't lead this district alone. I lead it in collaboration with our board members and district leadership team. And so my reflection is that, it's been extremely collaborative. And for me, I have depended on each board member, not just for their support, but for their feedback. And I'm really pleased that we have a great working relationship. And my role has been, extremely clear in that, yes, I do hold the powers of the board and superintendent. However, we're making progress. And my priority is to make sure that our district is under local control and that our board members are able to govern as soon as possible. We are focusing on building capacity. And we're going to be celebrating very soon when our district is out of receivership and our board can resume with their responsibilities of governing the district. And so we're making a lot of progress, but I believe that together we're going to be able to accomplish this.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. And I think that's a really important reflection. When I did my pre-workshop interviews, it seems like the communication is very good between yourself and the board members. And it seems like the board members have good communication between themselves also. Is there any reflections about the communication issue from the board members? Do you all feel like you're getting enough communication from the superintendent to yourselves and then vice versa from the board to the superintendent?
Hi, Ms. Vigil. I'll chime in here. This is Dion Falk. Although I've only been on the board for 3 years, based on information that I've received regarding previous state administrators, it seems to me, and based on my experience, Dr. Torres has been very overwhelmingly collaborative with this board. She has, from day one, included us in closed sessions and in decision-making process and allowed us to give input. And so, what's interesting is that she doesn't have to do that. She doesn't have to do that, and previous state administrators have not done that. So I really appreciate the relationship that we have with her, and I know for a fact that we would not have gotten as far as we have gotten so far without her. So I would give it, 5+ stars, and I enjoy working with her, and I look forward to getting out of receivership with her.
Thank you, Dr. Falk. That is really powerful, right? It seems like Dr. Torres is really trying to build your capacity for when you're able to, really take the leadership on policy issues and other such things for the district. So thank you for that reflection. Dr. McGee, did you have something to add to that? No? Dr. Scorza?
Yeah, so I couldn't agree more. I think working with Dr. Torres has been a pleasure. I think in the past 5 years.
I'm hanging up.
Go ahead, McGee. Dr. McGee, did you want to add anything? We couldn't hear you. You want to go ahead?
Cool. You're the man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I think that's.
What?
I need to get back to the real.
Dr. McGee had
Muting, there's background noise. Dr. McGee, did you want to go ahead and go?
I'm having some work done in my house, so I was distracted and I was computer for a second. So I'm back now. I heard you say something about how we go on with Dr. Torres, I believe. I really didn't hear all of that. but I think she's fabulous. Takes no prisoners.
Mute, yes. Can someone mute us?
Thank you so much, Ms. Evans. Dr. McGee, it looks like you're unmuted.
I don't think so.
Oh.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you, Dr. McGee.
Okay, was that the end of your reflection, Dr. McGee? Dr. Scorza, would you like to go, please? I think
What are we doing?
we're
Go
talking
ahead.
about,
I'm trying to mute myself.
okay, go ahead, Dr. Scorza.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we're going through our board self-evaluations and we're reviewing the ways and or the degree to which there may have been agreement or even in some cases different interpretations of those items in those board self-evaluations. So each of us should have our evaluations in front of us so that as Terry walks us through these evaluations, we can determine how to, we can provide feedback to help identify areas where we can strengthen either our operations or make recommendations for improvement. And so right now, I think the question at hand is whether or not the board feels like decisions were being undermined, or whether or not there were ways in which we're undermining decisions, and the feedback that was given thus far is that while the board has not yet made decisions formally as an elected body, things, however, have been very collaborative with us and with Dr. Torres. And my comments were going to be that I very much agree with that, and that I think Dr. Torres has been great to work with. She's been very collaborative. I think Dr. Falk mentioned earlier that we've been involved in closed sessions, that we are fundamentally operating as a governance team. And I think it relates to whether or not, board members whether or not decisions have been undermined. The question before us is, in what instances might that have occurred, and how can we ensure that does not occur in the future?
Right, Dr. Scorza, you're exactly right. And we didn't have many reflections on that. So we kind of moved over to communication. And I was asking, how was the communication between the board and the superintendent? And it seems like when I did my pre-interview phone calls that the communication was very good, that Dr. Torres was giving you a weekly update. If anything happened, like an emergency or something, important in the district, that she would get a hold of you individually. Does any of the board members have a reflection on communication? Do you feel that there's enough communication between the superintendent and the board and the superintendent?
This is Dr. McGee. I think Dr. Torres has done a yeoman's job in terms of communicating. I just worry about her self-care because I don't know how she does it. But anything that goes on in the district, we either get a weekly update or she will text and call you personally. And I don't know where, I just need her vitamins, that's all. I have absolutely no idea where she gets the energy from. And, it doesn't have to be a long conversation. It's quick and to the point, but you definitely can't say that you didn't know. Because if you don't read, if you don't answer your phone, then I think that's just on us. But she does her due diligence in terms of making sure that she keeps us. And I answered the questions probably, unlike Ms. Grisby, from the standpoint that no, we don't have the board powers being under receivership. And there were only a few questions that were on that evaluation that I could honestly answer as a non-voting board member. And that's because we've never, and that's when we get down to superintendent evaluation.
Right.
That was probably the only weak, score that I had, because that's just something basically through a FICMAT decision, a superintendent can decide whether or not we can evaluate them. And thus far, I've been on this board 8 years, and I just evaluate them, whether it's accepted or not. But that is not something that we've had the opportunity to do under receivership, because
Okay,
it's left up to the discretion of the superintendent.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. McGee, for that reflection. Was there any other items in section 1 under board unity that you'd like to discuss? That would be 1 through 6.
I would say that this is Dr. Falk, that when I first came onto the board, I was kind of a fish out of water trying to find my way through the IUSD. But I will tell you that based on me, and I'm going to only speak for me, based on my experience, I can tell you that I feel like we are more unified today at this time than any other time that I've been on the board.
Wow.
And that is because we have been receiving consistent, informative, substantive communications with our county administrator. She's always either emailing us, texting us. I mean, as soon as you read a text, then she's emailing you. So we are informed. She brings us into conversations to help make decisions. And we talk all the time. And we're to a point now, I think, that we are very in sync with how we make decisions. And even recently, I feel like we've all been on the same page with a very important decision that was made, and we all kind of agreed with the direction to be taken. And so to me, that's a great team. That's a great team. And that's the only kind of team that is able to move forward. So I definitely would rate us, 5 stars in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Falk. And that's really important, right? You're a governance team, and that means working well with your superintendent and really supporting each other with decision making and, all the issues that you have to face as a board member. Like I said, you're in kind of a special situation in Inglewood, but you're on your way out of it. And I think that's the positive side to it. And also Dr. Torres is building your capacity and getting you ready for the time when you're out of receivership. So it sounds like everything's going really well that way and in that area. Dr. Torres, did you have any more reflections on that?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vigil. I just wanted to let our board know that I appreciate each one of them and that I will continue to depend on them, to work closely with me, to help me lead our district. And, I just appreciate the fact that they have been so warm and welcoming of me, and share their opinions and give their feedback on a regular basis. And I think that we're an extremely strong team. And we have a vision for leading our district together and for getting out of receivership. But each one of them is special, unique, and so valuable. And I couldn't do this without them.
Thank you. I mean, I'm impressed. I work with school districts all throughout California, and this, after my phone calls, my reflection is it is a very strong team, educated, student-focused team that is going to do good things for Inglewood. Ms. Evans, did you have any other reflections on either communication or really how the superintendent is supporting you all as a team?
I'm sorry, I was away from my computer for a minute.
Okay.
You
Okay.
saw me with a
Okay.
on because people were working in my house, but I'm back now. They left.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I missed the first
Oh, that's okay. That's
questions,
okay.
and I just jumped in on that first answer that I gave.
Okay.
But
No
as far as
problem.
Dr. Torres,
Yes.
let me just go and ditto everything that's been said about her because it's all true. She does everything that they said. She takes no prisoners. We love her, period.
That's awesome. I love to hear that. Dr. Torres, that's good news. That is wonderful. All right, so if there's no more reflections on the first section of board unity, we're going to move on and go to roles and responsibilities. And if you could take a minute and just reflect on 7 through, I think, 11. 7 through 11, and just see if there's anything in that section that you would like to discuss or talk about. What's going to happen after this meeting is I'm taking notes, and I'm going to write a report on next steps. Like we're going to celebrate the successes, and we're going to talk about the challenges a little bit, and I will write protocols and and send them to you, and you're able to edit these protocols, but we'll talk about the protocols with the challenges too. So everyone could take a minute and just look at roles and responsibilities and reflect on 7 through 11, and then we'll have a discussion on that section.
Well, 7, 8, 9, 10, I gave them the highest scores, but 11 and 12, oh no, 10 and 11, we don't give direction to the superintendent as we're in receivership, so we don't have the power to give direction. When we see the agenda, for example, we don't set the agenda, it's already set. So we don't give direction to her, but we have an opportunity to look at the agenda and ask questions about the agenda before the actual meeting. So that's a good thing that I can say that we do. But as far as the score for that, instead of a 4, because
right.
since we have that ability.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. One thing that stands out to me that's really important for boards is number 9, and it's board members keep confidential matters confidential, right? So you, as a board member, we get a lot of information that can't be shared with outside stakeholders. And it's really important to keep everything confidential, through closed session and personnel, and we're dealing with student issues. Is there any reflections on that? Has that been a problem? I worked with a school district in Northern California, and this is a special district where the board president was married to the union president. So we had a big talk about confidentiality in that district, right? And I know you guys do not have that situation. That was, kind of one that I went, oh boy, this is going to be a big conversation. But it's just really important, right, that we keep confidential matters confidential.
Well, just for the record, I just want to put it out there. I was accused of that very early on. It irritated me to no end because they didn't know me. They didn't know my level of integrity. And because someone else had the same opinion and not being in the room while I was in the room, it was felt that I had shared information with a particular individual. So that assumption, it really hit me in a place where I will never compromise my integrity to the community when we are asked to be in closed session and it is a confidential matter. So that's the only situation that I've had since Dr. Torres has been here, and it happened early on. And I have tried to just maintain my distance because I never want anyone to think that I'm too outspoken to not be a person that would not, I don't need to share information. that we talk about in closed session. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I did bring it to our board president about a week ago because it did irritate me. And just because things look a certain way doesn't make them true. And so I've kind of backed off from just being privileged to certain information that comes out of the district, because I never want to be accused as a snitch going back and telling certain people or the community certain things. I have my own level of integrity. And so I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McGee, for that reflection. Sometimes as a board member, it's really difficult. Like, people want to have conversations with you. And I know myself, like, going through the grocery store as a board member can be a whole new experience, right? Like, it's hard to make it fast through a grocery store. And a lot of times, if you're having a conversation with a stakeholder or a parent or, whoever it might be, we're able to listen, but really as an individual board member, we don't have the power to make individual decisions. We have to talk with that collaborative voice of the board. So yeah, that's really important. And, I think Dr. Falk said it, when you're first on a board, the learning curve is like this. The learning curve is very steep. And just trying to, own up to your responsibilities and know what they are can be difficult sometimes. So thank you for that reflection, Dr. McGee. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else that would like to reflect on 7 through 11? Dr. Scorza, did you have anything to add?
I just want to thank Dr. McGee for her reflection as well, and thank the board members thus far for their participation. I know Ms. Grigsby had to log off, and so I just want to acknowledge that that she had to step away. She just sent me a note. She had something just happen she had to respond to, but I think it's important that we continue to maintain confidentiality, that we continue to work towards safeguarding the district and the leadership of this board and the hard work that we're doing. I know that many of the board members work to ensure that we do that. And so I just want to thank you all for your hard work and making sure that we continue to build a strong culture around unity and teamwork here in the district. So thank you for that.
Exactly. And I think one of the most important things that really helps to build a team is assuming good intentions, right? It's very important that we assume good intentions of each other as board members, because we're volunteering our time. We care deeply about the students, or we wouldn't be on the board. So, people have good intentions, and you all do. I know I can feel that. Miss Evans, did you have something to add? I saw you went off mute for a second.
Oh, no, I was.
Okay.
I said, I have an answer for me with that.
Okay.
Keeping it confidential. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Falk, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I was just thinking that, I really like that Dr. McGee shared that information and just being very transparent. And I think that all of us, have, from time to time been challenged in different areas or, in different situations. So, I mean, and like I said, I'm the newest person on the board. By no means am I perfect. And I don't think anybody on this board is perfect. We're all trying our best to conform, to do what is in the best interest of these kids. And so I think that we've all been doing that, and we've been doing a really good job. And, we're going to continue to make mistakes, but, at the end of the day, it's all about trust. And if we can all trust each other as a board and trust Dr. Torres, our county administrator, I think that we can pretty much get through any of these challenges. So I just wanted to thank Dr. McGee for sharing that with everybody. That was that takes a good person to share that.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Thank you, Dr. McGee. I really appreciate it too. You know, we do these board self-evaluations so we can evaluate ourselves, right, and get better. We always talk to our teachers and our staff about continuous improvement. And I think we have to hold ourselves to the same standard, right? We're always trying to get better and do better for our students. So thank you so much for that. Dr. Torres, did you have any reflections on that section, 7 through 11?
Yeah, I too just wanted to say thank you to Dr. McGee for sharing her perspective, and to all of our board members who shared. Definitely what Dr. Falk just mentioned right now about trust is really important. And so I'm really pleased that, you know, we feel comfortable enough with each other. We trust each other enough to have these open and honest conversations. So for me personally, that's a great sign. That's part of being a collaborative team, is that we have honest conversations, and that we work through these things together and move forward. So thank you.
Exactly. I'd like to kind of have a little conversation about number 8. So usually the protocol for a board is that everyone speaks to the president of the board. Is that your protocol? Do you usually use your president as your spokesperson for the board? Has that been a past practice, or is everyone able? Say, so here's
Can we ask that question again?
Yeah. So the question is, Dr. Sforza, who's the speaker for the board? Usually, you know, boards use their board president. Like, say the newspaper contacted you, who would be the board member that would speak for the board?
Our protocols have the board president and superintendent speaking. And so we've reaffirmed our protocols over the past few months. And so the speaker for the board is the board president.
Okay.
And the superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's the way it usually works. And it doesn't mean that the board president has more power than the other board members. It just means that they're the spokesman for the collaborative voice of the board. Dr. McGee, did you have some reflection on that?
Running the meeting.
No, I think that when we first started doing board protocols, that was agreed upon. And that happened probably with Dr. Scorzer when he first got on the board and we started doing board protocols. Yeah, I don't think we really had a problem with that, other than with you, Dart. But no, we really never had a problem with that. I think it should always be whoever the board president is, you know? And we just filter it to one voice, and that one voice should be in alignment with our superintendent as well. In terms,
exactly.
Yeah. So no, I don't think we really ever had a problem with that. We talk to each other too when given the opportunity. So the fact that I think we get along is because we can agree to disagree, and then find that that place in the middle where that I think I shared with you. The one thing I know about this board is that children have the priority. And so if it's not good for our children, it's probably not going to be good for us either. So it really helps to keep that focus on what's important, and our children are what's important. And I think everybody on the board makes that the 100% priority. And I think that's why we can agree to disagree, because it's going to come back to what's really good for the kids. And I don't.
Dr. McGee, I think that's a really important reflection. And that seems to be, after my phone calls with you all, that seems to be your unity of purpose, right? Is your students of the district. And I really respect that because, you know, a lot of times working with boards, I've seen that that is not their unity of purpose, right? It's more an individual power. And so I just want to recognize that and congratulate this board on that unity of purpose on your students. Dr. Scorza, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, I just want to lift up what Dr. McGee said. That's right. I think we are all focused on what's in the best interest of our children and our students. And that's what makes this board so special. And I probably don't say it enough, but I really want to thank the leadership of the board members, because they are, each and every single one of our board members, Ms. Evans, Dr. Falk, Dr. McGee, Ms. Grigsby, are all committed to our children. There is not a day that goes by that we don't do something on behalf of this district, you know, as a group of volunteers. You know, we don't get stipended. I often say to folk, you know, we pay to serve on this board, right? When we run our campaigns, we raise money to serve on this board.
Yes.
You know, we're committed to our children in this community, and that's what I think brings us back. Even when we agree to disagree, or we just flat out disagree, most of the time we agree. And so I think, you know, I just want to thank the other board members for their leadership in this area, because that's what's made us strong. Is iron sharpens iron, right? One person sharpens another. So, yeah, I just want to lift that up. She's right. She's absolutely right.
I
And
just wanted to point out one other thing too. When we talk about our students, we realize that we really have a beautiful collective of Black and brown children. We advocate just as hard as an African American board for our Latino children. And the evidence has never been more clear to me when the district, to some extent, had a chance to do a resolution when our president thought it was okay for ICE to just come in anywhere they wanted to and start collecting families. And it was this board that made that resolution. Those are the things that I'm proud of, that we don't make a distinction about what should go on, but the equity of all of our students is always in the forefront of our minds. And that to me it's rare. It's just very, very rare. Mm-hmm. People are always pulling for a particular subgroup. And we want the equity for all of our students. And when we see the inequities and things that are totally wrong, we fight for it and we go hard. And I'm very, very, I'm very proud to be a part of that team.
This is a strong team, definitely. And the theme that's coming through in our discussion is that is your unity of purpose, is your students. So I really respect that. And that's the way it should be. Dr. Torres, did you have any reflections in this section?
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. I agree with what our board members are sharing. And, you know, for me, it's been very clear since the very beginning that I was joining a wonderful family of committed board members, educators. This community is amazing. You know, I've said this before, that it's hard not to fall in love with Inglewood Unified. Our board members, you know, are remarkable. I depend on them, but it's always been about equity, access, social justice. And I do see how our board members advocate each and every day for our families and to do what's right. So I'm really blessed to be a part of this team.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Torres, for that reflection. And I want to encourage every board member to really, you know, if I'm going too fast, please stop me. I really want everyone to have a voice in this conversation. It's really important that we get reflections from each board member. So please, if I'm going too fast, say, slow down, Terry, and we'll get some more comments on each section. Was there anything anyone else would like to add for during that, let me see, roles and responsibilities of the board. All right, so let's move on to the next page, and we'll be discussing board culture. And so that is 12 through 17. And it seems like, well, number 12, you have 5. Everyone agreed that the board treats the superintendent with respect. And from our conversations before the workshop and now during the workshop, that really shows the light of the relationship between the board and the superintendent. Is there any reflections on that from board members?
I would just say add there that I truly believe that you cannot move forward without being unified and working as a team. And so I agree, our board culture is one of respect for our county administrator, and it's a mutual respect. And that's the reason why we're able to move forward and progress the way we have been over the last year. So I would agree that we have a good board culture.
Thank you. And number 13, if you could look at number 13, the board manages internal conflicts in a productive manner. So you had 4 that said almost always and 1 that said less often. And as for myself, for being the board president for 10 years in my district, we're really the facilitator of the team, the peacemaker, if you will. It's our responsibility to make sure that everyone has a voice during our meetings, that everyone is recognized, everyone is respected. Is there any reflections on internal conflicts? It seems like you guys are really getting along well, but you have an election in November, and you might get new board members. So it's really important to onboard them the right way and to kind of be proactive in looking at the conflicts that might come up. Was there any reflections on that? Dr. Scorza, as board president, how do you see your piece of the team?
No, I think that's absolutely right. I think the board president is often the peacemaker. I will acknowledge that there are moments where I can probably do a better job at being patient and just want to reflect upon my responses, where sometimes I am not always patient with the way in which certain conflicts arise. But I want to thank our board members who are able to continue to maintain integrity and thoughtfulness in their approach. I know, that when conflict does come up, we do find time to talk about it. It may take, an hour or 2 or even 3 to really get on the same page, but we'll do it. And there's a consistent commitment to making sure that we get on the same page, that we stay on the same page, that we work through whatever those challenges are. And I want to say, Dr. McGee was board president at some point, and under her leadership, she helped to acknowledge the hard work. We all received acknowledgments and thank yous, and so she really invested in the cohesiveness and and really acknowledged the hard work of each board members. When Ms. Evans was board president, she really brought a lot of partners to the table and ensured that we lifted up our community leaders. As vice president, Dr. Falk is out there meeting with parents and working with parents, and we all work together. Dr. McGee is leading the Ed Foundation and is deeply invested and committed to our children in the district, providing scholarships and other support. We all work together to address issues as they come up. When the district needed additional support for technology, we went into action, right? Reached out to our networks, tapped into additional resources. I think, when there are questions that come up externally as it relates to our schools or what might be happening around decisions the district is making with our land, the board members, really get as much access to information as they can, and we all share the same message, and we get out there to ensure that misinformation is not being spread, right? That we're putting the correct information out there. So, I want to thank our board members for their hard work and making sure that we do our best to minimize conflict. And I will say that conflict does emerge. I'm sure, Terry, in your experience serving on the board, there is no way in the world conflict does not emerge.
Yeah.
But I think we do a really good job. And when we disagree, we come to the table and figure out how to move forward. So that's a great trait to have in this space. And I, let me just finally say that it wasn't always that way with boards prior to us. This board is a really special board. I constantly hear feedback from community members, from teachers and staff who say, we really thank you all. You all are, a breath of fresh air, relative to how things used to be in the past. We're not the board of the past. And I think people see that, and I think they appreciate it. And I want to acknowledge the board members for their leadership in making that happen.
Thank you. That was a really good reflection. And going on to number 15, I really feel that this board respects each other. And going to Dr. Scorza's point, there is not a board that doesn't disagree. That's why you have 5 members, right? Everyone brings their perspective, but that doesn't mean that you don't respect each individual. Sometimes you don't all agree, but you come to consensus. We talked about in the other section that, when a decision is made, then you're all behind the decision. And so I really feel the respect between you all, and that's priceless. There's a lot of boards that don't operate like that. So I really want to commend you on that. Dr. Paul, did you have any reflections on that, or Dr. McGee?
I'm sorry, who did you ask for?
Just any board member that wants to reflect on kind of your relationship between each other and the respect that you show to each other.
Well, I will tell you this, and this is just the way I operate. This is just how my ammo is that if there is a conflict that comes up, I feel that communication is key. I'm married, and I tell that to my husband all the time. And so if there is a situation that comes up and I feel like I need to have a conversation, express myself, and try and resolve the way I'm feeling, I will do that. And I've done that with probably everybody on this board, for the most part. And I don't hide how I feel about stuff. And sometimes it may not be the popular viewpoint. In fact, we just had something arise very recently. And so I expressed myself. It may have sucked all the air out the room, but at the end of the day, I have to be real with myself because I have to express myself, because I feel that if I do not do that, then I'm not servicing our children the way I should. And I don't ever want to feel like that. So I have to speak up and be real. I always try and be respectful and express myself in a way that's not offensive. But I do speak up when there is something on my mind. I do share that with other board members. I let them know that this is an issue for me and let's try and resolve it.
And I think that's really important, right? You're elected for a reason. You're in trustee areas. You represent those people, the stakeholders, the parents, the children in your trustee areas. And you might have a different perspective in each area that needs to be brought up and discussed. So I think that's really important. You don't lose your individual voice, but at the end of the day, you speak with a collaborative voice, right? So thank you for that, Dr. Falk. Miss Evans, or Dr. McGee or Miss Grigsby, do you have anything to add in that respect?
No, I think I have all 4s in the questions that you're asking,
Okay.
so I'm good.
Okay. Miss Grigsby, do you have anything to add on? And we're kind of discussing about, respect in between board members and having your individual voice, but then collectively at the end of the day, agreeing. And sometimes I've been on my board for 21 years. There's been times when I've been in the minority on a vote, but like I said, when the other people have the majority of the opinion, I agree with them and go with the team. Ms. Grigsby, do you have anything to add? I don't want to leave anyone out, and that's why I'm recognizing each individual board member.
I think Dr. Scorza said Ms. Grigsby had to step away. I don't know if she's back yet.
Oh, she's still gone because her phone number disappeared for a while and then it came back. So back. I thought maybe she came back. Okay, Dr. Torres, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I appreciate the fact that, when there is a disagreement amongst board members, that they trust each other enough to have those honest conversations. And it all goes back to trust. They have a strong relationship. They've been working closely together for many years. The vision is clear, and it's all about our students. And so what I've seen is that our board members communicate with each other in a respectful manner. They're very honest with each other, which I appreciate. And that really shows that there's trust and very strong relations amongst board members.
Perfect. And, as board members, we're in a leadership role. Like kids are looking at us, staff is looking at us, stakeholders are always looking at us. And so the more professional we treat each other, the better example we set for our district. So it's really important the manner in which we treat each other as board members. Dr. McGee, did you have anything to add in that section for culture?
No, I did not.
Okay, you guys are really good. You're all green in that area. So it really, bubbles up to the surface that you don't really have challenges in that area. So let's go down to board operations, which is below board culture, and we'll discuss 18 through 24. And I'll just give you all a minute just to kind of reflect on those 18 through 24 and see if anything surfaces that you'd like to discuss. Is there anything that comes up to the surface on 18 through 24 for you all?
No, I believe for me, I did all fours or mostly fours in those. I think that, all the board members work hard to bring up new ideas. We follow the adopted policies and bylaws. I think we've done a really good job of connecting with each other. Yes. So certainly want to acknowledge the hard work of the board, but I will say that there are moments when we do have new ideas. I think sometimes folk might call staff. And I think it's important for us to remember our protocols, right? That when something does come up, we call the superintendent, we call the county administrator, and then we go through, with her permission or his permission or their permission, we go through that person to communicate to staff. So I know that doesn't always happen, but I do know and recognize that we've gotten much better at it.
Perfect. And that's a challenge sometimes for boards, right? Like we're used to going to the specific person that we want to ask the question, but the protocol would be to go through the superintendent, because sometimes it confuses staff if board members are constantly connecting with them, right? So I think that's a really important protocol. Isabel did send me an updated copy of the protocols that you all agreed to. And I had a conversation with Dr. Torres that I would kind of integrate these and work on a governance handbook for you all. And I think that's really important that you have a governance handbook, because that's kind of where all your working agreements live, right? If you don't know the rules of the road, it's hard to obey those rules. So I'm going to be working with your district to create your governance handbook. And one of the things that stands out to me in this area is, it talks a lot about information. And it sounds like Dr. Torres is giving you a weekly update. And like we talked about, if anything comes up, she's the first one on the phone to you all. So it doesn't seem to be an issue on, getting and receiving information. Is that a correct reflection for the board?
Yes, I can answer that.
Okay.
Very good at communicating. She calls us.
I'm sorry, Margaret?
I didn't. Okay, go on. Say what you.
Go ahead, Margaret.
No, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that she does everything you just said.
Mm-hmm.
So we have good communication. That's really high on my list of communicating with us. We have to read it when she sends out those memos on Friday, but sometimes she will pick up the phone or send a text message to make sure that we get the information. So she's very good about doing that.
Perfect. Perfect. Dr. McGee, did you have a reflection too? Okay. All right. It's hard. I would rather be there in Inglewood with you guys doing this workshop in person and really, getting together and being in person, but we're all getting used to these new platforms, and sometimes it can be a little clunky, like getting all the conversations in, but we'll do our best. But Dr. McGee, did you have a reflection on that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Thank you.
Oh, the only reflection I had that I don't think it's fair that Dr. Torres responds to, she gives us an update. So I at least try and acknowledge that I've read it, so that she doesn't stop sending it.
Perfect. That's a good reflection. Yeah. Dr. Torres, I have a question for you. So when we're out and about as board members, a lot of times we get approached by the community or parents with concerns. How would you like that to be communicated to you?
I love when board members call me or send me a text so that I could be informed immediately and can follow up. And for me, when a parent or student, when any stakeholder has a problem, I like to connect with them personally just to make sure that they hear from me, and then I connect them with one of our staff who would, continue to follow up. But that's what I would prefer. It's just that immediate connection.
Thank you. As board members, we're the ears and eyes for the district, right? Because we're out in the community. Some of you probably have kids in the district. My kids were in the schools all the time that I was a board member. It wasn't easy for them, but they made it through okay. But yeah, I think that's really important that as board members that we're the eyes and ears for the community, and we communicate important topics that we hear to our superintendent so they can be connected as well. Dr. Falk, did you have any concerns or reflections about, when a community member approaches you with a problem, how it's communicated to your superintendent?
Well, I will tell you that I am a little bit challenged in that area. And
Okay.
it's probably more me just not knowing the best way to handle. And we have
Okay.
a big situation, somewhat of a big situation happening in Inglewood now, and it's interesting because all of us get contacted. I think Dr. Torres, Dr. Forza, and myself, and so the interesting thing for me is that the school that has a lot of controversy right now is in my district. So
I have
I feel very obligated to.
So I can't hear.
Dr. Falk, go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. So no, I just feel a little bit challenged sometimes because I want to follow protocol and make sure that, and I do share usually, when I'm contacted, but it's very challenging for me because I want my constituents in my district to also hear from me too, as far as knowing that I care and I share in their concern, and we are working, and they are definitely going to hear from Dr. Torres for sure, but I also feel conflicted sometimes with making sure that I am responding as well, so that, and I don't want Dr. Torres to ever feel like I'm not following protocol, but
Right.
it's important for me to always have a relationship with people in my district too. So
Yeah, I mean that's important that you have that communication. And as a board member, you can never really take off that board member hat. I know when my kids were in class, I'd go work in class, and some of the teachers would say some things aimed at not me as a mom, but me as a board member, right? So it's really hard to separate sometime, that I'm a parent or I'm a board member. You're always a board member, and people are always going to approach you. Ms. Evans, did you have something to add to that?
No, I was just saying I couldn't hear anything that Dion said, and I wanted to know if it's my computer, but I missed everything because she was going in and out. So were you able to hear her?
Yeah, so Dr. Falk's reflection was that a lot of times, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Falk, that you're approached in your neighborhood, your area, by your stakeholders, and there's something big going on at one of your schools. So there's probably a lot of conversation going on, and really how you reflect that information back to Dr. Torres is a challenge sometimes for you.
correct. Yes, and I always share the information, but I mean, I have communications with stakeholders who also reach out to me and let them know that I am concerned and this and that. And so I try and make sure that Dr. Torres and I are always on the same page. And am I perfect at always communicating when somebody in the community reaches out to me? Maybe not, maybe 95% of the time, but
Right.
it is a challenge to make sure that I'm constantly sharing that information and she knows exactly where I'm at. But I will tell you that my heart is always in the right place, because at the end of the day, I just want our community to know that, that we are listening to them, we are hearing them, and we are working towards their better good, whether they hear that from Dr. Torres or myself. But it can be challenging at times.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, Dr. Falk. And you make a really good point of that. Ms. Evans, were you able to hear Dr. Falk in what she said?
I could hear you more than I could hear her. But you
Okay.
said what she said, so
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, as a parent going to a basketball game, depending on what's going on in the district, I can either clear a bench or everyone wants to sit next to me, right? So that's kind of the challenges we have as, being a parent and a board member at the same time.
Right. It can be a challenge.
It can be a big challenge. Dr. Scorza, did you have anything to add to that about, and I think the discussion, really the point of the discussion that we're having is, how do we communicate to our superintendent when we hear things out in the community that's going on? Like, one of the, I think the best rules of the relationship between a superintendent and a board is no surprises either way. Right? No surprises from the superintendent to the board, no surprises from the board to the superintendent. Dr. Torres, did you have any reflections on that conversation?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I just wanted to thank Dr. Falk for sharing, her reflection, because I for one, I want all board members to know that, you're an important member of our district and community. And I think that, as an elected official, it's really critical when you also reach out to community members that have expressed concerns. In fact, I would encourage it because I believe that my role is to support you and to make sure that our community sees you as one of our leaders in the district. And so please don't feel like you shouldn't do that. And, once you do communicate with the community members, I am always happy to support. And so I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that.
Perfect.
Do you understand why I love this woman? Look at that.
She's amazing. She's amazing.
I'm gonna
cry,
on that. Because when I hear things good, bad, or indifferent, I let her know. I'll email her, whatever I get from the community. But I also want to say that when we have an opportunity to receive certain things, from corporations or individuals in the community, Dr. Torres, she does not waver. I tell her I got 5,000 little Lego games. She's like, oh, okay, when are they going to deliver them? Where do they need to deliver them? And it's just like a no-brainer. And so I'm just knowing that people in the past would like, well, can we get a letter? Can we, she is just like, she just goes, let me know what we need to do. I'll put so-and-so on it. And the people that have made donations to our school district, that's the first thing they'll say is, your superintendent, she real cool. She sends pictures, because the donors want all of that. So like I said, I just want her vitamins, whatever she's on. I think that at this point in my life, I want some of that.
Exactly. And that's so important, right? When you have a community that's supporting your school district and, giving donations and supplementing programs for your children, that's so important. Really treat them with respect and show them, the gratitude that they're supporting your kids, and because budgets are tough and they're only going to get tougher now, and we're going to depend on our education foundations more. And it sounds like you have a very strong education foundation in your district that supports your district very well.
I want to say that everything that has been said about Dr. Torres it's all true. We couldn't even make it up. If we have something that we need to let her know about, Dart sends an email or whatever, it goes to her and it's taken care of. She appoints somebody to handle it and it's done. If we say we want to do certain things or something like Dr. McGee said, if our partner is donating something to us or wants to do something for the school district, she is right on it. Let's do it. Yes, let's go for it. So that's what we love about her, that we don't have to jump through hoops to get things done. We just do it and it works.
Exactly. And that, and, you know, and that's teamwork. You know, you guys are working together for the betterment of your students of your district. And I really applaud that and respect that. That's awesome. Dr. Scorza, do you have anything to add in this section? Oops, did we lose Dr. Scorza?
No, you didn't lose me. I'm
Okay,
sorry, but can you ask the question again?
It's on the
It's just
button.
it's super,
There he
my
is.
signal is challenging. Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem, no problem. So we were just kind of discussing the fact that as board members, you know, we get lots of comments and things going on in the district, and how do we communicate that to the superintendent, and also I guess the gratitude of your, you know, to your donors and your education foundation, and, you know, for the support of your community for your students and your district, and how your superintendent kind of facilitates, you know, getting the items that are donated into the hands of children very quickly without a lot of red tape.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think that there is a lot of hard work that's being done, and I think Dr. McGee's comments from earlier about the foundation are really right on. But for the most part, we are. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
No problem.
For the most part, we are a you know, we're making things happen. Ms. Evans.
I already spoke. This meeting is going on and on and on. Terry?
Yeah,
How longer? Dr. Chanian's on the road on vacation with his children.
I'm on a workcation, folks. I'm on a workcation. So my kids are in the back. That's what it is.
So we have, we're scheduled till 8 o'clock. And we're scheduled till 8 o'clock, and we still have a few sections to get through to discuss, so I can make my notes, and we can, you know, create that governance handbook for you all.
Well, he belongs
Great.
to
Well,
the
let's
board.
So we'll go on.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next section.
Okay.
So we're going to go to, we just finished board culture. So let's go on to, we discussed board operations. So we will go next to board meetings, 25 through 31. And so you were mostly in the green on this section. So, you know, what do your board meetings look like? How long do they usually go? Are they manageable? I think that's an important reflection, you know, and are you getting the business done that you intend to get done in your meetings?
You know, I want to acknowledge that our board meetings are, for the most part, they're really straightforward. There used to be the moment in the past where those board meetings would go on till 1 o'clock in the morning. I remember sitting in the audience watching board meetings go on till 1 o'clock in the morning. That's not this board. We get done within about 2.5 hours, plus our closed sessions of about an hour at the most. And we stay on time, and we get through our business, and board members have sufficient time to send questions to the superintendent, to the county administrator ahead of the board meeting, to ensure that we are prepared to ask the questions we need to ask in public. And so I think our board meetings function very, very well. And I want to lift up again, you know, I have to lift up Isabel for her hard work and helping to make sure that we run smoothly, but also Dr. Torres and making sure that we have agenda review and prep done ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. And one of the important things that I'd like to discuss really is, you know, as a board member, we need to come prepared for our meeting. How much time do you get the agenda before your meeting so you can ask the questions and, you know, really be up on the issues that are coming before you? When do you get the agenda, and do you get it 2 days before your meeting, 3 days before your meeting? What does that look like?
Well, we used to get our agenda on Friday, every Friday at the end of the week, we knew that we get an agenda for the meeting that would be held the following Wednesday. But now we've had so many meetings, and poor Isabel is sending out agendas whenever we need agendas, a couple of days before at least, we'd see that there's a meeting coming up. But as far as being prepared, like Dr. McGee said, we have to read and make sure that we have gone through those agendas. But see, when we have the agenda reviews, the agenda, we may not even have the agenda until the day we go through the agenda review. So we don't even know what we are when we get to the meeting. So what's going to be on the agenda. So, still the agenda would come out after we've gone through it. The final agenda would come out on that Friday before the meeting on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's typically so between Tuesday and Friday of the week prior to the board meeting. The Dr. Torres will go through and schedule agenda review with each of the board members at varying times, and so that's four different meetings, Tuesday through Friday before the board meeting itself. So
Yeah.
And
she's very good about highlighting areas that she really wants us to pay attention to when we do meet with her. And if I have some questions after I meet with her, I have the opportunity to email those questions, and someone on her cabinet will definitely get back and answer them. And that's another thing that never really happens that I want to point out. Whenever we met with the previous state officials or our trustees, it was just them. With Dr. Torres, she allows her entire cabinet to be available. So if you have questions that need to be answered by anyone on her cabinet staff, they are there. That is rare. Usually we just don't take that kind of time up from, other professionals. But she makes it a point to have everybody there so that, you can ask right then and there for clarification. And I really appreciate that. And that's a rare. I know other people don't do that. I know they don't.
And you're right. You're right, Dr. McGee. That's really important, and it kind of leads into the number 28 is the board effectively uses data in its decision making. As board members, we don't need to get in deep in the weeds in data, but we need to have enough data to make good decisions. And so I'd like you each to reflect on that. Do you feel that you're getting enough data to make good decisions for your agenda items?
I'll chime in here. I would say that based on, we do have the one-on-ones like the other board members shared, and she brings in the whole cabinet to answer any questions. So I would say, yes, we do get, I would say 99.9% of the time, we are armed with all the information that we need. And then it's on us if we need additional information outside of what is presented at the one-on-one, then we can do a little research, but then we can always follow back up with questions, which is always very helpful. And so, yes, 99.9% of the time, we do have the information we need to make informed decisions or give informed advice.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that reflection. Dr. McGee, do you have something to add? I saw your little thing go green. Did you have anything to add on the data piece?
No, again, I was just going to say I will send her comments just to let her know I really did read it.
Okay.
Even if, they might be a little crazy. But I just want her to know that I'm not sitting up there looking at an email and clicking it off. I actually, if she's going to spend the time to communicate to all of us, I'm going to take the time to read it. So that when I am asking something, it's not like, oh, really? You didn't know that? No, I didn't know that. Well, it was in her weekly update. So it's just my way of respecting the fact that she goes the extra mile to make sure that we are in communication. And it gives me an opportunity, again, to inform her. There was an incident where, Margaret had really gone out of her way to provide a lot of protective gear for our staff. And I texted her or emailed her, and she immediately made the change. So that you don't always know everything and you're very busy. And if we can add to making sure that certain people get acknowledged, I think that's our job too. But I would not have noticed that if I didn't read it,
Perfect.
And
Perfect.
I don't know.
And Dr. McGee, I think that's a sign of respect, right? You're respecting the time that Dr. Torres puts in to get you the information. You're acknowledging that, and that's important. Everyone needs to be acknowledged for their hard work. Dr. Torres, was there anything you'd like to add in that section? Under board meetings, do you feel that the board is coming prepared? They're asking the questions to make good decisions. Is there anything else, any other protocol or challenge in that area?
I just wanted to say that I enjoy our agenda reviews because that's the time that we get to check in and really talk about board items together. I appreciate that our board members take the time to review the information in advance. And I do want to give special kudos to Dr. McGee because she makes me smile every time I open her email and she gives feedback or she just acknowledges the fact that she's received it and read it. And I'm really impressed with the fact that, she'll highlight something that has been shared and, she's acknowledging, as she mentioned, that she's reading the information. And obviously there's a lot of time spent on putting these communications together. So I appreciate the fact that our board members are reviewing the information and also appreciate the fact that they are always very prepared for our board meetings. They ask great questions and, we have good conversations about, where we're headed as a district, and it's because they're actively engaged in the process.
Right.
Yeah. We used to receive board agendas, and oftentimes there was not supporting documentation. For instance, if someone was being hired, we had asked in the past that person's resume, be shared, because we are in the community and we get to defend a lot of things when we have sufficient information to support it. So that's another thing that I think that was a part of the question.
Yes.
Not only did we get agendas, but did we get supporting documentation to support a lot of the information? And I have to say that's another area. Check.
Oh, that's great to hear. That's great to hear. And it's respectful to staff,
I don't know
right?
if it's my internet, but I cannot hear anybody talk.
Do we have an IT guy that could help Miss Evans?
Yes, I will let Ms. Wheeler know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She's going to get someone to help you, Miss Evans, so you can hear. I'm sorry that you're not able to hear.
Is anyone speaking?
Yeah.
I'm going to type a chat and hope that Ms. Evans sees it.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'll just text her cell phone.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's just take a couple minutes. Let's take a couple minutes while Miss Evans gets hooked up again. We're all getting used to these platforms. This is what we're living in, right? Our virtual world of workshops and meetings.
I think it's our internet connection. I think
It's
that's
her.
That or what, but it's not hear anybody. So I'm going to close it and just call in. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Miss Evans says she's going to just close the computer and call in because she's having so many difficulties with it. I'll make sure IT connects with her so she doesn't have this problem next week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Going back to what we just discussed about, the amount of data, getting before the meeting and being able to make decisions, I think it's really important too. There's a lot of boards that play that gotcha game, right? They don't give staff a heads up if they have a question on the agenda, and they go to the board meeting and they're like, hey, I want this information, and staff isn't prepared. And I think it's really important that you have that flow of communication before the meetings, that staff knows what's going to be asked so they can prepare your answer for you as board members. And it sounds like you guys are doing a wonderful job of that. Is there any more reflections in that area of your board meetings? 31 kind of jumps out at me. It's the board effectively manages community input at board meetings. So now that we're doing the meetings virtually, it's kind of a different experience, right? So it's not the same as our in-person meetings. And one of the things when boards are, addressed by the community in community input, we're not allowed to address them, right? So they can make their comments, but according to the Brown Act and the agenda, and it's hard, when someone brings up a concern as a board member, not to be able to address or answer that concern. But because of the, Brown Act, we're not able to do that. Was there, has there ever been a time when that's been a difficulty for this board, or has it been, a pretty streamlined system? Oh, there's Miss Evans. She's back.
I think it's pretty streamlined. Like I said,
Okay.
her cabinet is there, and it's a person that we, feel, and when I say we, I'm talking about the entire dais, then that person will go and get that person's information and follow up on it. And we will get a follow up as to what the resolution was in that situation. And that's kind of how has been handled. We don't just let people walk away.
Right.
Like they're not being heard. And so,
okay.
We only have so much time. And if a person really wants a definitive answer or really, support, then it's not going to happen while we're sitting on that dais, thinking off the top of our head. So I really appreciate when her cabinet steps down and says that this is a financial problem, if this is one of our educational needs, then those individuals that handle those areas for the district, they have definitely stepped down from the dais and gotten that person's information. And I think just visually, that goes a long way, because it says to the community, we hear you and we're going to respond. This is just not the form that we're going to do it in, but you will hear back from us. And you can tell by the few visits that some people make, some people just come every day, every time we have a board meeting, because that's just what they do.
Right.
And they have their own personal chairs that they sit in, but I'm not even talking about them.
But it sounds like you have a really good practice. You're not able as a board member to address their concerns right then because of the Brown Act, but you have staff follow up with them so they're not ignored. So I think that's, really powerful, and it says a lot for your board and your staff that you address the issue in another way, even though you're not personally able to address the issue. So I think we're done with that section, board meetings. Let's go down to board development, which is 32 through 35. And so I think I had the conversation with you all about how you elect officers. And so you kind of have a rotation. Is that correct? of your board officers, you have a rotation?
Yes, that's correct. We have a rotation from vice president to president, so on and so forth. Yes.
Okay. And that's working for you all?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think it's working. Others can chime in.
Okay.
I mean, it works for me. I think that it's working. I mean,
Okay.
Ms. Evans or Dr. McGee might have, they can share how they feel.
Well, I'm kind of impressed. In my district, I've been board president for 10 years because no one else wants to do it. So I kind of like that idea of a rotation. That's awesome. So sounds like
It's in our bylaws, so it just, and when we say rotation, the current president, if I'm not mistaken, they could run again,
Mm-hmm.
It's just that there has to be another election to make that happen.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that because Dion is vice president that she would want to be president, but she certainly, after a year, we rotate. We rotate that position every year, and
Right.
so it just gives everybody on the board an opportunity to experience that leadership. And I think everybody's been president.
Perfect.
That's currently sitting on the board. And Dion, she will be our next she'll be our next little president. I keep telling her, go be president, okay? Go be president.
That's
That's no, it's a great opportunity to develop your leadership skills. So I think that it's important for all of the board members to be able to experience that before they term out or whatever the situation may be.
And so going to number 33, can we talk about professional development for the board? Obviously, we're doing some professional development right now, but what has your professional development in the past looked like? That could be going to annual education conference. It could be, taking masters in governance, the 5 modules. It could be attending board president or, orientation for new board members. What has your professional development as a board looked like in the past?
Yeah, I'll say that all board members are masters in governance, certified or completed or, confirmed.
Yes.
Some board members have attended the the Labor Management Institute work.
Oh, yeah.
Other board members have participated in workshops, and each board member has some sort of additional committee and or appointment or training that goes with that additional committee. I've done budget workshops. Other board members have done other activities. I think in general, it is an area that I know Dr. Torres and I have talked about, making sure that board members have an opportunity to grow in and learn more about their role. But I'm proud to say that a lot of our board members have really stepped up and taken on additional trainings and or have presented additional conferences. Some of them have attended additional conferences that have been initiated, like the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation meetings, et cetera. So there are a lot of opportunities for board members to grow and develop, especially once self-initiated.
Right. And that's really important. Like, we provide professional development for our staff. And a lot of times board members are reluctant to spend the money on professional development, but it's critical, right? We talk about continuous improvement, and that's how we improve is by getting that professional development and really building our capacity as board members. Dr. Torres, did you have a reflection on professional development for the board?
Yeah, thank you. So, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Scorza was saying, that we agree that it's going to be really important for us to continue to, provide professional development opportunities. I'm really proud that all of our board members went through the CSBA training, and this is something that, we're going to continue to pursue, because we do believe that, as we continue to build capacity, that it's going to be important for us to provide opportunities for professional development, but also something that we've done a really good job of is identify, the dates for the entire year for all of our board workshops, where we take opportunities to do a deep dive in a certain area of interest of our board. And so, for example, last school year, we focused a lot on special education. We did provided a workshop on FICMAT, and we spent a lot of time developing our action plan. So I'm really proud that we've come together to identify areas that we want to focus on together, and that serves as professional development as well.
Right. That's really critical, what you just talked about. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about CSBA really quick. We're offering an online platform now with many classes. So you might look at our website and, see what you might be interested in as an individual board member and as a team. And we're also looking at creating graduate classes where after you go through Masters in Governance, we're looking at equity, finance, some other graduate classes too to add to our curriculum. So stay tuned on that. We're really working hard on, providing our membership lots of educational opportunities for developing ourselves as school board members. So, and I appreciate that the whole board has gone through Masters in Governance, because that's really important to apply that to yourself. So thank you. And really using like Dr. Torres said, using your governance calendar to pencil those opportunities in for the year. So you really, you're not haphazardly going to this training or that training. You're really being mindful about what you're looking at and what's important to the district. So really good job on that.
Well, I hope that some of your trainings improve, especially when it comes to school districts that are in receivership. I think I shared with you that they can be pretty nasty, but, we're too smart for the nastiness. But some of those people, they need to go. They've been there forever and ever and ever. And I don't know how you can do forever.
Yes, ma'am. I've already talked. We had our conversation, and I got that information to my boss. So yes, ma'am, I communicated that to her. So
because me and Dion, if we come back with a vengeance. If they ever talk to us like we crazy, we gonna show them what crazy look like. We will turn the entire CSBA little community out. Because we ain't playing.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so you know.
I understand that. Yeah. And go ahead, Dr. Paul.
And Dr. Torres, this happened before her time. But for your briefly, Dr. Torres, I attended a Master's in Governance class, and the instructor for that class was not nice at all to our school district and talked very poorly about us. He didn't realize that somebody in the class was a board member from IUSD. And so after he talked very poorly and negatively about our district, I pointed out to the class that I am a member of IUSD board, and I do not appreciate him talking about our district. Right? So it was an exchange within the class. And so anyway, it went on from there, Dr. Torres, but just for your knowledge, that's what we're kind of laughing about a little bit.
Referring
Thank
to.
you for
And
clarifying. Thank you for clarifying.
See, Terry, the real deal, you ain't seen Dr. Torres in action. We are minors. Because if you send for her, she gonna come. Okay? So don't send for her if you don't want her to come. So Dion was cool. But if Dr. Torres had have been there, his job would have been gone that day.
I imagine that. I imagine that. And I'm sorry for that experience that you had,
No, we had several. So just so you know, we
Okay.
got a trustee now that don't play that.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I understand that.
So just so you know, don't come for us. Don't come for IUSD.
Hey, I'm on your side, guys. I'm on your side. There'll be none of that from me. All right, so let's go to number 34. Since you're facing an election with 3 new board members, potentially, hopefully not, but maybe, really the way you onboard trustees is really important. And I talked to Dr. Torres about this, and I'm going to help with the protocol going along with onboarding new trustees. Some of the difficulties that boards have been having is these elections are very contentious, right? And board members are running against each other and, kind of not saying nice things about the other board members that are sitting board members, right, during their election. So how do you bring that team together after a contentious race? That's a conversation that needs to be had. And one of the important things I think is really creating that governance handbook, like I talked about before, because that's where all your norms for your meetings, your protocols, your mission, vision, your unity of purpose lives. And it's a very good document, and it helps to onboard your new members, and do you have a lot of districts right now are having workshops about what it is to be a school board member? Because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what it takes to be a good school board member. So, a lot of districts, like I said, are having workshops for their stakeholders to encourage people to run for the board and really explaining what it takes to be a school board member. So, like I said, I'll work with Dr. Torres. I have some protocols that go along with that, and I will get those to her. Is there any reflection on that, on onboarding, or, like Dr. Falk said, when you first get on a board, you don't even know what your roles and responsibilities are a lot of times. Even if you come from an education background, you're on the other side of that, right? So it's really important to have people understand what they're getting into and be proactive. And that way you don't have a lot of problems down the road. That doesn't mean you're not going to have them, but you're kind of working the people and having them understand what it takes to be a school board member. Dr. Torres, did you have any reflections on that, on the onboarding of new trustees?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. It's actually a part of our board governance calendar, and Dr. Scorza and I had talked about developing our procedures for onboarding. So that's something that, we will be working on, knowing that we would like to be prepared to welcome new board members to our team.
Perfect.
Dr. Scorza, did you want to weigh in? Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I think that's correct. I think we've been talking about building in our board orientation and schedule. Actually, as a part of our adopted board calendar, we know that if there are candidates who'd like to meet ahead of time, we're welcome to meet with them and provide sort of workshops to go over what the district's priorities are. And so that's been baked into the calendar this year. And I look forward, Terry, to seeing your protocols.
Yes.
So that we can see how we can strengthen that area as well. But we want every person that serves on this board to be successful, right? As a school district, it's a nonprofit organization. It's not intended to be a political agency, and I think people don't often realize that this is really about children and not about politics. And so we want to make sure we bring people in and understand what they need to do to serve.
Perfect. And I, Dr. Scorza and Dr. Torres, in my report after this workshop, I will get that protocol to you because there's some really good ones out there. So I will make sure I do that. Is there any other questions in that area, or we better move on? We're running out of time. It's 7:39. So let's move on to setting direction 36 through 39. And this is really about developing your mission, core beliefs, and your vision for the district. You know, how do you get to where you want to be if you don't know where you want to be, where you're going, right? So it's really important that the board has a clear vision of their mission for the district. One of the books that I think is critical to really add capacity to that issue it's called The Governance Core, and I'll get this to Dr. Torres, and it really goes through really developing your mission and vision, your unity of purpose. You know, where do you want to go as a board? This is a really valuable book and resource, and I'll definitely get that the name to Dr. Torres so she can, you know, maybe get that for you all. You know, and it goes along with number 37. The board adopts long-range priorities. You know, do you have a 3-year plan? Do you have a 5-year plan? And I think that goes along with really your issue of getting out of receivership. You know, how are you, what does that look like? And what is it going to look like afterwards? And are you going to have the same priorities after that happens? Is there any board member that would like to reflect on that? The mission and vision issue of the board, Dr. Torres?
Well, and while Dr. Torres is preparing to respond, I will say that we brought in Dr. Carmela Franco to help us evaluate our vision and mission. And in front of you, you might not be able to see it so clearly because it's fairly small on the screen. But in the IUSD boardroom, the board's vision is actually laid across the dais there, and we spend a lot of time working on the vision of our board and how we intend to govern and what we intended to do. So I want to lift up the hard work that the board has done and the support we received to help make that happen. Dr. Torres?
Read it.
He's presenting this here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Dr. Scores. And I'm really proud that we met with Dr. Franco and our board came up with the vision of the Board of Education. I'm going to ask Isabel to read it because it's actually right here. This one right here?
Oh, yes, it is. And it's up on the screen as well.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's at the end of the, it's combined with the disability information. But the vision that was approved at the board workshop, I believe it was in February of 2020. It's the vision of the Board of Education is to provide transformational leadership so that the Inglewood Unified School District thrives. So that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was done in February 2020.
Very good. Very good. And, you know, you have to stay the course. Sometimes it's hard when, you know, issues are flaring up in the district, you know, oh, we have to address this, we have to address this. But you really have to stick to that mission and vision in order to get your district to where you want to be. And it seems like you've already worked on that and it's a priority for your board. Was there any reflections on that from the other board members? Dr. McGee, Dr. Falk? I think you've done a good job on that. So 39 was your lowest area, and it says the board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance. So you had 2 that said almost always, 2 that said less often, and 1 that said not sure. So it's probably a good thing that we discuss that. And again, it says the board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance. Dr. Torres, could you elaborate on that a little bit about, you know, how does a board, you know, what are the indicators for success? How does a board identify that?
So can you help me find the number? I couldn't find it. I was looking for it.
Okay, it's on page 4 of 5, and it's number 39 under setting direction. And it's the board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance.
Yeah.
And it was the only one that was in the yellow. So I think,
Yeah.
you know, a few board members had concerns about that. So if you could elaborate on that just a little.
Yes, definitely. And so I know that our board was involved in the development of a strategic plan, a 5-year plan, and this was done with community input. And so there is a plan of the district that we are in the process of looking at the goals that were identified, and we will be working on actually identifying the key performance indicators. Because those were not included as part of the overall plan. And so in order for us to measure progress moving forward, that's something that we are planning to do. I know that Dr. Lucas, our Chief Academic Officer, has been working with the Educational Services team on ensuring that we integrate our theory of action and the work that is happening right now in terms of curriculum, instruction, professional development into this overall plan. And so that's something that we're going to receive an update on in our next board meeting. But really the goal is to start really identifying our metrics so that we can start to measure progress. Unfortunately, that wasn't in the original plan. And so in order to measure progress, we would need to have baseline data and measurable outcomes. In addition to that, something that we were able to do as a team is look at the FICMAT report, and through a series of workshops, we identified the strategies to meet the recommendations of FICMAT. And so that is a plan that I'm reviewing regularly, making sure, because I'm supporting the areas of board relations and community engagement. And so I'm monitoring that plan, and what we're going to be doing is providing updates on where we're at with the progress that we're making. And all of that, you know, all of those updates are aligned and actually documented in our board governance calendar. So we're trying to put everything together.
Perfect. It seems like you're making progress in that area, right? You know, and that's what this board self-evaluation is about. You know, some areas you're not quite to the point that you want to be, but you're making progress and you're working toward it. And that's what's important. Was there, Miss Evans, did you have something to add to that?
Well, I was going to say we haven't really measured ourselves as a board before, but now this is talking about the district performance. And I realized that goes back to what I said in the very beginning of how our district is performing. So as far as measuring it, we've got to do better. That's all I can say.
Okay. Thank you for that reflection. I appreciate that. Any other reflection from board members in that area? So let's go down to structure, which is 40 through 43. So this is really, you know, aligning the budget. Number 40 is aligning the budget to the district's vision and goals. 41, the board regularly monitors the fiscal health of the district. I assume you're doing that because, you know, you get monthly updates and probably more than that. Dr. Torres, right? The board is appraised of where the budget's at and how you're doing monetarily.
Yes, definitely. So our board receives, you know, regular updates on the state of the district's budget. That's something that we provide updates on during our board meetings. And I do believe that the way that we budget as a district really demonstrates our, you know, priorities of the district. And so we've talked a lot about ensuring that we address inequities in our district, that we ensure that we invest in our staff, that we invest in our teachers and our classified staff via professional development opportunities. And so for me, I take pride in knowing that our budget reflects our beliefs in terms of our investments. Unfortunately, we've had to make a lot of cuts. And so what I'm referring to, though, are the investments that we make in our employees in terms of the training opportunities, in terms of the instructional materials that we purchase, in terms of, you know, critical supports that we provide to students, families, and staff, and also, you know, ensuring that we continue to focus our efforts on meeting the basic needs of our families, investing in partnerships, and also investing our budget and ensuring that we provide meals to our families, our community. We're in the process now of preparing for reopening of schools, and so we will be a one-to-one district. We are purchasing technology to support the learning needs of all of our scholars. And so that really demonstrates that we are budgeting to address inequities in our district and to ensure that we provide our teachers and our students with the technology that they need to facilitate the distance learning process.
And that, you know, you took the words out of my mouth. It sounds like you're budgeting for equity to make sure that every child has what they need to be successful in this, you know, era of distance learning, providing the one-on-one devices. And, you know, one of the areas that's been really difficult is connectivity, right? The Wi-Fi, like where do our poorest families, how do we help them afford the connectivity, or how do we provide it as a district as a resource for them? So there's a lot going on with that right now, and especially with the reopening of schools and how that's going to look like. Is there any reflections from board members on any budget items or information about budgets? Do you think you're getting enough information? Do you have a budget workshop, guys?
We do have budget workshops.
Okay.
We say that, Christine, we presented a balanced budget this year that we were all proud of and that we celebrated. And then the governor went and changed the budget. Now that has to be done again. But
right.
we were proud to say that for the first time since I've been a board member, we had a balanced budget that we turned in.
And that's definitely a celebration. There's a lot of districts that are really struggling right now, you know, especially with the added cost of preparing, you know, the opening of schools and distance learning. It's really a struggle for a lot of districts to maintain that balanced budget. So that is a celebration. That is a celebration. All right, let's go to the next section, which is structure. And that is, we're already in structure. I had 43 circled because I had 2 board members that said rarely and not sure. And that was in regards to collective bargaining. So the board establishes priorities for the district's collective bargaining process that supports the district vision and goals. And so, Dr. Torres, I know it might be a little bit different because you're in receivership, the way that the bargaining units are accessed or agreed upon. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, like what that looks like?
Yeah, so we do have a bargaining team here in the district, and it's our cabinet members that meet with our bargaining units and go through negotiations. And we've recently, and we're still in negotiations, obviously, whenever it relates to a change in work assignment or workplace
conditions,
the work conditions, then we need to negotiate. So that's something that our executive cabinet, led by our chief of human resources and one of our attorneys, they participate in that. And so as it relates to any updates, we provide our board members with these updates, usually during closed session. And so that's something that we will continue to do to engage them in the process as well.
Perfect. Was there any questions or concerns from board members on that issue? On number 43?
We don't
Okay.
know what
Go
to
ahead.
say about collective bargaining as board members. So that's why I didn't give it a 4.
Okay. Yeah, and that's understandable. There, most districts, the board kind of, they're kept in the loop, but they're not an active participant in those negotiations. So that's kind of the norm for school boards. But really, the superintendent gets that information to the board about, the agreement. So that's kind of the norm that goes on. So was there concerns about that?
No.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. All right. So let's go down to support, which is 44 through 47. And so I had 46 circled because someone put not sure. On the board is represented at key district events. So you all are in trustee areas, and it's hard when board members are in trustee areas. We feel that we're responsible for our area, but really as board members, we're responsible for the whole district. So how is it decided who goes to what event? Like say there's graduations, or you just go to the happenings in your trustee area, or do you kind of, mix and match trustee areas and go to each other's events?
I will say that the trustee area development is a fairly new one.
Yes.
Frankly, we hadn't been discussing things in terms of trustee area, and I think it's a protocol that we still have to develop. In general, board members just show up, right? I think board members have been attending events as they've become aware, and as we've been made aware. For graduations, there is a procedure in place to ensure that every board member is aware of the meetings they can attend. We get a list from the superintendent's office, from the county administrator's office. They work with us to schedule the graduations we want to attend. But in general, events, I think this is an area for us to improve in and work on, having sort of a centralized board activities calendar. I know it's something that we've talked about in the past, but something that we can certainly explore moving forward.
Perfect. And I think you brought up a really good point, Dr. Scorza, that, new trustee areas is a new phenomenon for a lot of boards. And, we're still responsible for everything that's going on in the district, even though we're elected into trustee areas. My district is still at large, but we're a smaller district, so it really hasn't hit us yet. But it's always good to have that discussion and, pencil in those events on the calendar to make sure that, representation from the board is at each event. Dr. Torres, did you have a reflection on that about board members attending certain events or what that looks like?
I want to say that my reflection is that I love to see our board members out in the community, and they have participated in our food distributions and, meetings. Unfortunately, graduation, was a virtual graduation this time around. But to Dr. Scorza's point, we're going to work on an activities calendar. And we didn't get around to doing that because we're closed. And so obviously we're not doing a lot of that right now, but moving forward, that's something that we definitely want to do because I think that it's important for our community to see our board members actively participate in the events that we have as a district.
Exactly. And it's kind of an expectation, right? And it's a good way to connect and show respect for the students and the parents of the district. So, and it's good to use that governance calendar is really important and really useful in that way in many areas. So let's go on. We have about We're close. Okay, so let's go to 48 through 53. And number 53, you guys are in the red, and it says the board evaluates the performance of the superintendent based on established expectations. Dr. Torres, I know that it's probably different in receivership, so could you explain that to the board and to myself, the way that works when you're in receivership, the superintendent evaluation?
Yes, so as you mentioned, we're in receivership, and so the evaluation is conducted by the county, the superintendent of schools for the Los Angeles County.
Okay.
And so I was appointed by the superintendent with concurrence from the president of the State Board of Education and the superintendent of public instruction.
Okay, perfect. So it'll be something that you'll look at down the road when you're out of receivership. The board will start doing the evaluation, and it'll be something to prepare for. So we can address that later because it really doesn't apply right now.
Actually, it does apply.
Okay,
I think it's something that we do need to look at in the future. The board has an opportunity to weigh in on the evaluation of the superintendent or the state administrator or trustee, but we have not yet executed that practice. And I think that's the reason why you saw the evaluation marks the way they were.
Okay. Yeah, and so that's something to look forward to and build capacity. CSBA has some templates that are pretty valuable in doing the superintendent evaluation. It just kind of gives you a matrix in which to do the evaluation with. So if you ever need that in the future, I can provide that for you too.
Thank you.
So we'll go down to the last section, which is community leadership. And I had 58 circled because we had 3 that said almost always, and then we had 2 that said often and 1 that said less often. Number 58 is the board informs the community on district priorities, progress, needs, and opportunities for involvement. So is there any reflection on that issue? On number 58?
Yeah, and I think Dion and maybe Margaret and Dr. McGee can speak to this, but I want to say that I know board members are really engaged with community. I know Margaret has mentioned that she has reached out to folk in the community. She sees them in the grocery store. I know I see folk in the grocery store. I know, right? Like, one of the things that I don't think people realize is that I get a call from alumni who say, hey, we grew up together, man. What's going on, right?
Yes.
Or yes, go ahead. Or we'll see them in the grocery store with our masks on, physically distanced, and they want to have a 30-minute conversation in the checkout line about what's going on with our schools, right? So those are like ongoing daily conversations or, day-to-day conversation or weekly conversations that we have, and obviously more frequent prior to COVID-19. So I think in both informal ways, but more recently in formal ways, we have been engaging in these town halls and community meetings, getting the word out, making sure that we address issues related to misinformation. And, I just want to say, I want to thank again, Dr. Torres, and thank Dr. Falk and Ms. Grigsby and others who have participated in those both formal and informal spaces to ensure that the community is being heard. We need to do a better job in this, of course. I know I marked this as a 4 myself because I think we work hard to get information out to the community, but I think we are working to get it done. And Dr. Torres sends out weekly weekly updates and robocalls. My kids are in the district. We get calls from the principal and from the district. And so, obviously more to be done, but I don't think I think we're working hard in this area.
Perfect. And, one of the opportunities that, we've kind of had thrown in our lap as board members is really the LCAP and LCFF process, right? So we really have to engage our stakeholders. And, now that we're in the era of this virus, we're not able to do as much in person as we probably did before. So we're really going to have to look at other avenues in ways to engage our stakeholders and our parents and community members. So it's always an ongoing, work in progress. Dr. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yes.
Were you asking me, Terry?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We were talking about, community engagement and engaging your, Dr. Scorza had talked about that you were having stakeholder meetings and, and community forums, but now, obviously we can't do that as well. We'd have to have them virtually, but, it sounds like your board is working hard to really listen to the stakeholders and be engaged with them and give them opportunities to hear their voice too.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's important for us to continue with that conversation, and we're going to be scheduling town hall meetings in the next couple of weeks so that we can talk about the reopening of schools. So as Dr. Scorza mentioned, we have been meeting with community members to provide updates on our district. And so I think that it's been very helpful to provide timely information, but also to dispel some rumors that, are currently being shared. And so I do agree that we could improve in this area. For me, I really believe that it's important to always prioritize communication to all of our stakeholders. And so that's something that we're going to continue to work on.
Perfect. Well, guys, we reached the end of our board self-evaluation. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it gets, it's hard to do it virtually, but I think everyone really participated well and, said what they had to say. Is there any closing remarks from the board members on this workshop?
Dr. Falk, Miss Evans, are we there? Can I see you there?
I don't know who we still have and who we don't have.
Here, but I think I said everything I needed to say.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to thank you guys and really thank you for your participation. And like I said, I'll be writing up all this information in a report for you and putting it together in a governance handbook and working with you all on some protocols that we identified that we need, such as onboarding new trustees and such. And so I will be getting that back to you within the next couple weeks. And I look forward to working together again. And, maybe after your election, doing a good beginnings workshop about, and helping to build your team again with the new board members. So thank you so much for having me. And I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. So thank you, Terry, for joining us. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Scorza.
No. I just wanted to say thank you. Please go ahead, Dr. Torres.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you for joining us, and it's been really helpful and beneficial to have this conversation and to hear from our board members, reflect on how we're doing as a district. I look forward to working with you, Terry. I look forward to receiving the information that we've discussed this evening. And so just wanted to acknowledge you and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that being said, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So board members, we're going to move forward with our meeting agenda. We'll be finished in just a moment. We're moving on to item 13, approval of the minutes. Do any of our board members have comments or questions regarding the minutes of the January 22nd, 2020 and February 27th, 2020 board meetings?
I have none.
Okay. Thank you. So these minutes are now approved. we're going to move forward with item 14, board member remarks. Dr. Scorza.
Let's start with Ms. Evans. Would you like to begin?
No, as I said, I think I've said enough. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Evans. Dr. McGee? Dr. McGee, I believe you're still muted. Dr. McGee? Okay, Dr. Falk? Dr. Falk, do you have any remarks? Okay, so hearing none. Thank you so much, Terry, for your hard work today and supporting our board in our self-evaluation. This has been a really productive call. I know taking the time to reflect is important and to evaluate the degree to which we're making progress. I'm happy to say that we'll be able to forward these results over to our FICMAT team, and they'll be able to see the progress that we're making as a board and as a district. I'm excited about us building out a board and a governance calendar. And so I look forward to next steps. Thank you again for your hard work. And thank you, Dr. Torres, and our staff and team for being available and working hard with us to move the work forward. Thank you all again.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Scorza. And again, thank you, Terry, for joining us this evening. It's been a really productive board meeting. And so I just wanted to thank all of our board members and cabinet for your participation. It's been great, and I look forward to working together. Our next regular board workshop is scheduled for Wednesday, September 16th, 2020, and our meeting will stand adjourned at 8:11 p.m. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we on?
Thank you.